Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully everything is functioning because, hey, Fluttertown, because I've updated my OBS to the infamous version 28, and it did break some things. I spent much of yesterday. Actually, didn't break a lot. Most of it was just like updating plugins and whatnot, but it broke one of the things on my little effects I've got going. Like, you see the light behind me? You know how I have the dynamic rim light behind me? It broke that. The color effect was fine. It broke that, and I think I figured out why it was. Oh, you just wait. Tits has an update too, which I will be installing tomorrow if every But yeah, Tits had an update as well a few days ago. I didn't know about it. Nelly actually pointed it out to me. So I'm going to mess with that tomorrow because it's actually got some pretty cool new features. But I wanted to make sure OBS was going to run fine today. Since this is the first test drive of the new version. And yeah, it's got some new features to it. Ones I'm not quite employing yet, but I'm looking forward to using a couple of them. Which means I'm gonna have to do some things on my Stream Deck too, because it's got like you can capture audio based on individual windows now, which is really cool, but it means I need more buttons. Because right now I'm just full capturing desktop, which is easier, but I can make it so it's like individual, but then I have to control them individually. So there's things, you know. There's things that I have to get set up for it. And then right before a stream, we figured out some things that were causing my Stream Deck to be a little funky with tits and everything, because there was like streaming technology can sometimes be difficult, especially the more complex you make everything. When you try to have complex setups, boy, do you sometimes pay for it. But we're gonna play some Final Fantasy Online today. Final Fantasy 14. We're doing Endwalker. So if you've never seen Endwalker, or you don't want to be spoiled on it, probably shouldn't watch this stream. I've never played Endwalker. This is my first foray into it. I had streamed Final Fantasy some during my subathon, and people seemed to like it. And I was like, well, do you want me to stream more? And people said yes. So we've done one session already that pretty much brought me up to Endwalker. So we've started it already. But, we're just like at the very, very beginning. Apparently they're having a callback campaign. They're having their annual callback campaign, which is if you've played before but left. You get like rewards if you can get someone to come back. Swap screens here in a moment. I like apples not anymore. You've all made me frightened of apples. Hey, Nelly. If I can do this, there's this. Gonna cause. Which button was it? Not actually work anymore. Oh no, wait, was it? That's the one. I'm gonna set something up here before I swap over. Mainly here to lurk playing Conan. Yeah, I saw you were playing Conan. Ugh. Is this the one I wanted? I don't think that's the one I wanted, was it? Okay, let's go here. It's not there it is, okay. Learning sorcery patch changes to see if you can manipulate shenanigans in the future. Apple Day keeps the horse at bay. It's not supposed to. Ouch. Well, I get a pet and a hydrate. Did everything show up? I wasn't paying attention. Do a couple refreshes here. Just to make sure. There we go. Hydrate. There we go. All right, here's my dancer kitty, wearing sensible shoes. She's running around a lot. So let's see, we needed to meet with Kryl. Oh yeah, and I'm no longer a sprout.
Oops, I forgot to cancel XP.
Now wait a second. Nelly. you forgot to cancel on your other account. Well, thank you for the sub anyway. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. So let me know, is anyone using closed captioning? Is it working? Let me know if it is or not. So that was like, there were 3 things that broke when I updated OBS. One was StreamFX, which were my colors. The caption plugin was broke, and my connection to my Stream Deck was broke. And in fact, I had to fix it again before the stream because it wasn't working right. Even though I installed the update, it didn't do it right. Twilights, thank you also so much for the sub. I appreciate it. I feel like some loser popped in there. I don't know what happened. They were jailed for a reason, weren't they? The only thing I'm trying to get used to with the new OBS layout is the interface is slightly bigger, so I have to shrink the preview
Pray forgive me.
screen.
I was delayed.
It's fine, Moriange. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal.
Imagine if every sub you got now just added onto your next summer. What, like if I just counted all these for next year? No, I thought to defeat the Huns as well.
The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
Hey, Kite. Hey, Prime. How you doing? How's everyone doing?
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Sup.
Hey, Draconic dude. Thank you for the bits. Hey, Haven. The universal greeting of high velocity fruit. That might change. We'll see. Because, yeah, the throwing system has had an update. I'm not doing it today. We're testing OBS today. The new updated OBS. That's today's test. Tomorrow will be the new test of the throwing system. Apples and fish empower me. They will. They'll make me stronger.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it.
A hype train, I think.
Hype train?
Thank you for the bits. I think it slipped away. So it looks like it left the station already. I'm so excited for all your plugins to update or be replaced. I guess it depends on which ones you have, because like I say, for me...
Fuck you, train.
Also, thank you for the bits again. Hey, Masonic. Yeah, the only ones I had broken were closed captioning, Stream Deck, and Stream FX. Which, like I say, for the most part, just required updating them. That was it. Stream Decks was a little bit funky. I had to reinstall it because it didn't take the first time for some weird reason. And Stream FX, it just didn't like a method I was using to make effects. That. So I spent all day yesterday working on fixing it. Which is like 5 things, so it's not too much more. Yeah, I've noticed, like, other than that, most plugins are already kind of ready. So, I mean, it was for the most part painless. It was mainly yesterday's stream effects not liking a way I did something. And it took me a while. I think I'll grab that. And it just took me a while to realize what the problem was. Because basically I was having one scene call another scene, reference another scene, and then that scene was referencing the other scene, so it was basically a loop. And I don't think it liked me doing that. So I had to figure out why that was broken. And it took me way too long to figure it out, but I got it fixed. It's a shame because it made things a little more dynamic, but honestly, it's not a system I was going to use anymore anyway, because pretty much VTube Studio can cover it, so. It was mainly just to make the backlighting effect, not the color effect, but the backlighting effect, you know, the rim behind me. Like effect when I would have the little hot tub. But honestly, I can import that into VTube Studio and be fine. So yeah, like I say, it's mostly just been a painless process. It was mostly painless. There's just a few little minor things. So all that said, unless you've got like a super complex setup, and even then, you'll probably be mostly fine. So I wouldn't worry. I was gonna do it over the weekend, but then I was like, I had yesterday, so it was like, okay, I'll just do it. And yeah. It's too tempting to throw things at me. Hey, President Vixen. I just remembered you hadn't done that. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I would have done it before, but I wasn't sure exactly what name you were under. Does everyone get ill on their birthday? It's no fun. Is it? Wait. Wait. I remember. Is it your birthday today, Zinyo? It was, wasn't it? Because I think I remember now it was the 3rd. See, you have to remind me of these things, because... Because I forget. Well, happy birthday. Hopefully you feel better. Blah! Changes to tits are so neat. Yeah, I'm looking forward to messing with it tomorrow. Today it was just OBS I was going to test.
As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Charlian colleagues, we have strong connections overseas. Namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Favnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Rads at Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
Man, when did Urianger get those guns? Look at the biceps on him. When did he get guns? What's the short race? And why do they look so puntable? Those are the Lalafell. They're essentially the sort of dwarven child race sort of thing. No, they are adults. They're the Lalafell.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
They are extremely possible. There was actually, I think it must, I'm not sure if it's on the data center or on this particular server, but every once in a while there'd be actually like a parade of either Lalafell that would go around, or there was an entire band, and they would actually sit and do little concerts, which was really cool because I managed to catch them a few times. And it was like I was going to go on an adventure, and then it's like, oh, there's a little mini concert going on. Mini concert. And I ended up sitting like for 2 hours just watching them. It was cool. Also, I obviously got them living infirm on a bed for a year. Oh, yeah. You look like a book nerd who carried an encyclopedia for 10 years. If you count the Lalafell that to give you a pot of gold. That's a different species.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Really? Grodd doesn't want to come with us? That's astounding.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair.
Oh, great. I get Thancred. Wonderful. Can I put the Lalafell in the backpack and have a literal pocket healer? Probably.
Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
What do I get? Horse chestnut chest gear coffer. An unsettling change is coming over Charlian, but together we will divine underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to the consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlian's archives of historical records for any hint of connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There's only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Numenumeye? And exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the west edge of the woods. It's not really worth much. I'm gonna go ahead and toss it in my chest, though. Because I'm still... eventually, once I beat this, I'll go back and start leveling my bard. But... because I was keeping them at pace, but now that they're separate in levels, I can't really share their gear anymore. Oh, I see. So, I'll have to come back to help them out. Although my armored chest is probably almost full. Oh, it's another dancer. Oh god, my weapon, my main hand gear chest is actually full. I'm going to... let's see, there's a lot of these I don't need anymore, so... In PSO2, you try to level all the classes, but you don't do it evenly, so it's a pain when they can't use the same gear in different classes. Yeah, that's pretty much kind of how it was, because like Dancer and Bard can share the same gear. And all the way up basically through Shadowbringers, I was keeping them even with each other, but I'm kind of at that final push, so I'm like, well... as long as I hold on to some of the lower level gear, should be fine. Some of the stuff I actually do need to hold on to. Because my retainers need it. Through this chest in a while. Sometimes I just let it fill up, and then when it fills up, I deal with it. The downside to me not getting my crafters kept up is I can't meld materia anymore to my gear. Let's go down because I'm gonna sell this stuff I've got. There's a retainer down there. It makes the chest feel good, yeah. Let's... Sold anything? Has the price changed? Probably. Wow. When I was selling this, it was worth 20k. Now it's worth not even 500. That's sad. Fickle prices of the markets. Fickle market prices. Wow. Not worth anything. It's worth more for me to keep it. It's another one of those. As a crafter, I would keep this stuff, but my retainers are full. I need to go through and like get rid of some like really low tier stuff. But I'm a crafter. I need it all. Sell that. Okay, Nelly, enjoy the lurk. Where's the regular vendors at? Frame ratey up here. not have a regular standard vendor up here? So, what shapes my gear in? It's okay. Are you seriously? There's a regular vendor around here somewhere. Can I not actually talk to any of you yet? Oh, you're the one I needed to anyway, the apothecary. Buy some Gysol greens. Jeebus Christmas, what's up? Keep planning parties don't soon grass. You're new to this instance. That's weird. Normally I've not had too many issues with it, but yeah, it might just be shitty draws, I guess. Sometimes if you just say, hey, I'm new to this, they'll usually slow down for you, no problem. Usually. Am I not attuned yet? Which instance are you doing? Sometimes you run to ignore that and pull as much as is humanly possible and act surprised when they get melted because you didn't realize. Oh, are you healing? Yeah, a lot of tanks like to pull real hard. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes yeah. Usually, in my experience, if you, especially if you're healing, and be like, "Hey guys, I'm new to this," they'll usually slow down. There was only one time. There was only one time I did an instance, and the tank and the healer got into a fight. I guess they're not used to. They need to learn to slow down. Like I say, normally I've not had problems. Are you in a different server right now? I know at least Phoenix has typically been fine, but I don't know about other worlds. Oh no, you're here. Never mind. The same server, huh? Must be a weird, like, surge of, like, either over-experienced players or something, because I entirely 100% believe you. It's just, yeah. Must be a surge of them rushing in or something. kind of prefer DPS, not to get the kills, but to avoid that shit. That's kind of me as well. I get very nervous when I try to heal. I think the couple times I actually did run a heal dungeon. I told one person, like, look, this is my first time healing. They go, okay, we'll go slow. And then there was another time where I was healing. They go, oh, you don't need to worry about healing me. I'll be okay. Just focus on them. And I was like, oh, thank you. You play on Crystal mostly. But yeah, I get too scared to tank or heal. Heal-wise, your Sage mostly, and Fluffin' good with that. I really like the healing. I just want to smash my face in the desk when the tanks pull so much. After their health bar disappears, maybe 2 seconds. Once they only stop running. I've seen that happen before. I mean, I've definitely done runs where it's like, you can tell the healer's inexperienced, or maybe the tank is inexperienced, one of the two. And you'll just watch. You'll just watch the tank pull everything and they just melt. And then it's like, yeah, you should have slowed down. Sometimes it's the tank that's inexperienced. Because they think they can pull everything because they've seen others do it, and they can't. Let's see. Okay, my directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now for the doors of Numenon, Charlene's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that. For the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface, like roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Goobel Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlene is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched your stolen Ra to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alize and Alphano will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you're only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlean history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot any sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it then, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they found some promising tomes. Happy reading! Oh, I gotta be a nerd! Phoenix is Light Data Center. You have a Tunnel of Titania, which has level 90 Sage. Nice. Yeah, Phoenix is on Light server. I say my alt, it was my original. I've got an original one on Ultros. But then when I came back, like so many of my friends were on this one, and I was very torn because I have a very nice free company on Ultros, and my girlfriend still plays on that one. And I was very torn. It's like, but friends all here, but really nice free company and girlfriend play there. Where do I go? But to be fair, I did start playing this again before my girlfriend rejoined. Certainly still have more to learn, but it's also far from your first rodeo. Healing is your jam. Part of your challenge is that you don't know if the tank is going to stop, so you don't know to give a quick burst. By the time you see through the massive crowd of mobs, see, oh, we're stopping now. Tank is nearly dead already. Yeah, there should definitely be like some communication between healer and tank. Like, is the tank planning to pull everything? You know, how experienced is either one of you? Either one. And Thank you for the bit. Look at me. Do I look like a nerd? Look more like the cheerleader, actually. Although, to be fair, mad scientists are just cooler nerds. I'm not mad, I'm just slightly angry sometimes.
Oh, hey, a bit! Ha ha, nerd.
Why is that so slow? I'm noticing that those notifications are delayed. I wonder what's up with that. Let's check what's causing those delays. Wish the tanks would say, hey, you guys good with me going fucking bananas on pulling? At least know it's coming. Better chance of you healing through it. Yeah, understandable. Hey, you probably, I'm pretty much guessing you've been hitting a lot of inexperienced tanks. Either a lot of inexperienced tanks or a lot of tanks that are used to higher tier healers. That probably their first time through, you know, they had high tier healers, and now it's not their first time, they're going based on that experience. There's some brightly colored books. Title on the spine reads, The Story of Charlene. Read the book? Hell yes. Oh, this is a lot of furry porn. Or a lot of masochist tanks who just love being ruined. Yeah, if you love smashing your gear, for sure, why not? Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived the Rogadin man named by the name of Nyenkremp. Nyenkremp was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the land of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for the Imperial realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people toward the ocean. It was there, however, that Nyenkremp's crew hauled them aboard his ark. For the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only a moment to spare, Nyenkremp wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abalathea's spine. Refugees from the surrounding region huddled there alongside them. But it was not long before disputes over dwindling supplies of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nyenkremp gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast, where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time became the city of Charlene we live in to this day. Also, and some aren't aware that levels get different healers, different abilities, and they think you've got more ammo in the gun than you actually do because of level sync. Don't blame them for. Sure as heck don't know the skills different tanks have at different levels. Yeah. And that's a lot of things too, because different healers have different capacities, and especially at different levels, and it's like, it was like the one time I was healing and someone was like, no, you don't need to heal for me, I'm fine, I can heal myself. And I'm like, I did not know that. I have no idea what your skill set is. I mean, even I can heal myself a little bit, and I can do a little bit of healing too, but I tend to forget I can actually heal at all. I mean, I know I've got personal healing, I tend to forget I have group healing as well. Typically, a DPS doesn't do healing. The title on the spine reads Roads of Old of the Colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thylic and the Dravanian hinterlands, Charlian colony once thrived. Settlement was originally established as a mere outpost of the study of the ethereal sea in the year 1311 on the 6th astral era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structure and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlians. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Charlian colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Charlian, which led to no small amounts of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlian inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. Following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. The book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum or cover the history of the Charlian motherland in its greater detail. Oh my god, look how many books I've got to read like a nerd! Surgeon Scholar are mitigation healers, White Mage and Astrologian are pure heal. Yeah, I think you're just gonna have to be like, yeah, dudes, look. Let me just, yeah, at the start of the dungeon, be like, look, I'm new to this one. Just let me know what your tactic's gonna be. And I'll get you covered. Stinky there. No, I'm not a stinky. Leatherbound Toad, the voice of a growing city. In the years to which followed the founding of Charlian, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum in which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlian would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum as we know it today conceived and created. 2 out of 3 gotten. There's an introduction to the heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of the shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Oh, so my stuff's sold. Some think the dome above us to be an infinite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, the heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Ally who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched the Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past, that their positions continued to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works contain details on the Forum, or mention the history of Charlian. See, maybe, hang on. See, maybe I need to. There we go. So look, let's get a little bit cozy. Actually, how about let's. There we go. My alchemist. So now I look a little bit more cozy. This is my craft. This is my crafting glam. When I'm not out saving the world, this is how I look really cozy. Can I continue? Ah, not gonna let me not be the job. I have to change my glam. Maybe I can. Can I change my glam here? Which one is it? That's this one. There we go. Beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed the rest of your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so few years of life to which to achieve our goals. This person had ADD. Thus do I share with you this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever the age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, atheological, and arcane viewpoint. This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works that contain details of the aforementioned history. Some of these clams I've got are just like literal just outfits that I've been given at some point, like this Cloud's outfit. So I just, go ahead. I don't wear it. And then this was an outfit. This is, what's his name from Final Fantasy 15? I wore this armor mostly through Heaven's Ward. This was armor I was given because every time Wickaluna renews her sub, I get a gift because she went through me as a referral. Here's my summer gear, which actually I've got different summer gear now. I need to update that. They're set. Eventually this season will come along. Actually, Luna Ray's gifted me this outfit because I actually had it on Ultras, because a long time ago during the holiday event they actually gave this outfit away as the reward, but they don't anymore. And I was sad about it, so Luna Ray's actually bought it for me. Oh, this is like... it's not the full set, but it was like a glam I had put together where like the chest piece I already had. Squall from Final Fantasy 8. This was last year's Halloween outfit. This I did through like most Stormblood. I kind of liked the ninja-esque. And that's like the Shadowbringer's outfit. And then I do kind of like this one. And then of course the one I wear currently. I don't have a lot of glams, but I've got a few. I had to go through and reorganize them. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon... oh god, that name again. Archon, founder of the Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on the island in the northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from the strength of minds rather than the strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth of coin, in coin. And the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings, for the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star. They would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. You've gained a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and foundation of the Forum. Head outside to Rendezvous Point and wait for your companions. I'm gonna get back in my work outfit. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryl should be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so you had no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. Would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. Seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed to cross the threshold. God damn. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. What of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family? Or do they not live here in the city? Well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Isbard, in fact, for generations my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnir. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Makot to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquake of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. When the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in the Corvos braved and journeyed back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Wasn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes, some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Ammonius. Among Us, oh. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allegan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, Allegan I no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allegan I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. Never even considered. Forgive me. It was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we're all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient I don't even know what that word is. Perspicacity? We outsiders can even learn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such a love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear. Another reason to get to the bottom of the foreign stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Elysium. More company should be arriving any moment now. We've returned with our selections, although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Krile has already flicked through every book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes with an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Ambrose firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final as the final days drew nigh? Let's see. Complete stabilization of creation magics, primals. I was gonna say the destabilization of creation magics. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all matter of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested into terrible, tangible fashions. Meteors raining from the sky, fires erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? It began with the keening sound from the land itself. That's true. There was an odd sound that was happening. Hey, Lunar Rays. yes. The Emerantines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course. Thrust as we were into the midst of madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by an ominous noise. Eventually, it resounded all across the star, and not even Amaro was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? As we consider the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak to one of the Nominon's Mammoths, and ask if any book, ask after any book which may make the books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, could you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? I forget what Dalamud is, actually. But I mean, the first thing they did was summon Zodiark. Hydaelyn came next, and then I don't remember what was Dalamud. Wasn't Dalamud that massive rock that fell from the sky in 1.0? I want to look it up. Because I'm curious. Dalamud. What was Dalamud? The Crimson Moon Dalamud was the smaller of two moons orbiting the planet in the original Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, this is before Realm Reborn. Originally, the moon was colored white, but during the 7th Umbral Era story, the color changed to red, and the citizens of Eorzea could witness its growing larger by the day. This change was said to be affecting sea currents, crops, and the behavior of monsters and their size, as well as a shift in the flow of aether. It was the most prominent figure in the 7th Umbral Era story arc. Main antagonist Neil von Darnus sought to use it as part of their plan to destroy and purify Eorzea. Okay, yeah, so that was from 1.0. That was before Realm Reborn. Okay. Yeah, that was what released Bahamut, I believe. It's actually I think it's in the opening movie to Realm Reborn, isn't it? They had summoned Zodiark. That was their first thing they did. Yes, with Elizabeth serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, and Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now that I'm in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telephroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. Zodiark, Hydaelyn, and then after the Sundering, we went Dalamud and Bahamut. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by the unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. There's probably other events beforehand, hence the several umbral calamity. Yeah, it was like if for anyone that played 1.0 might know. It seemed like there were 6 other calamities on Eorzea beforehand. Well, yeah, because with each rejoining that happened, there was a calamity associated with it. So there were 7 rejoinings in total. There was one that got avoided. Which shard was voided? Was it number 13 that got avoided? Because I'm trying to remember, and I'm thinking, because I'm not blind to the fact that there were 14 shards, and it's Final Fantasy 14, right? 13 got avoided. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. And 13, I know the entire trilogy story of Final Fantasy 13, and I wonder if that's kind of what they're referencing. Because, I mean, eventually that entire world was eaten up. It basically fell apart. I kind of wonder if that's what they're referencing, and that's how that world got voided. Alright, Mr. Cat, you have a good night. Thank you for popping in. And hello, Share Crossing. Yeah, that was one of the things that had stuck out to me when they had mentioned that, was like number 13 getting voided, and I'm like, wait a minute. The ending of the 13's trilogy was the entire world basically collapsing. But it always means that Zodiac can't ever fully be reformed, because there's always going to be one shard missing. But it's all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let's return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Yeah, then we managed to prevent the other calamity. Yeah, and by stopping the first, we prevented the 8th rejoining. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended research of the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. You recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflection from the Gurun oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the great Google library. It is even less likely that that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master of Forenchant with the knowledge of the Telefroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I meant to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. It's just another thing to think on, never mind. Okay. You thought of something? Labor for what feels like an age as you stole as research assistant. Yeah, Does that mean we have 9 of 14 of our souls back? That I'm not sure about, because it depends on the nature of if that particular rejoining has to actually be active. It said we were 7 times rejoined. That's true. You are right on that. This is at the first. Well, Arbor was the first, wasn't he? 'Cause that was his world. So it would technically still be 8. Oh, ourself is the source. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, I see what you're saying. Because of course we're including ourselves in that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, could be. And with each calamity, people get fuzzy. Like, people get fuzzy after the calamities, right? It was like there were heroes of light, but no one can quite remember their faces. So no one really, before the 7th Umbral Calamity, remembers who the Warriors of Light were. Their memories just get fuzzy of the event. So it could have to do maybe with rejoinings. Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? The day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. You might be occupied with research for some time. Yeah, kind of no matter what will always be. You can't max you can't max out. It's impossible. Ready for a tea break, Elysium? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know that last stand down by the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I shall treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telephoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alize is now accompanying you. Okay. What? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share the table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We're simply wondering if you knew of the Telephoroi. These enemies of the peace have promised to end all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're of that House Levier girl, aren't you? And the swim with you is obviously a foreigner. I heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. It was foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Elysium. That's right, burn his ass. Any other little... Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption. We were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telephoroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Libby, for some reason I can never pronounce it. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Forschenwald that I was helping you, I see, we're sorry to have bothered you. We'll talk to Dick in here. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alize I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studium. It seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphinaud had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Lavalier. No matter how discreet Master Forchenault may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? You have a question, and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you ever heard anything about the apocalypse called the Final Days? An apocalypse. What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak to me. I wish there was more I could do to help. Maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? Then few will know your face. You should be able to pass off as a server with none the wiser. You just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversations while you're setting down the food, and you might just get a conversation you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? That's the spirits. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelet is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at the outside table with friends of hers. Behind them, you should see a Makot gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Oh god, I gotta remember this. Here, see, I gotta... If we're gonna... See, I can't be wearing this. Where's my... Hide the weapons because we're servers now, right? It look like we work around here. Gotta look casual. Welcome back, Nelly. Yeah, I know. I'll be wearing the Christmas gear again. It's gonna happen. Which the gear you so kindly purchased for me, because I was sad they weren't giving it away anymore. Oh god, I do have to remember. So hoping they wouldn't actually make me remember, but okay. Who ordered what now? To use the group by the water. Okay. T goes to this group. Oh my. T. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Telefahu? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them, or the Final Days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about the ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Okay, so there was one dude... What did you have again? It's not. I don't think it's the oven baked lobster. I think this was. Omelet. I think this is the omelet. Technically, there's nothing wrong if I get it wrong, because there's like no permanent consequences for things like this, but... Everyone here is dressed like a Starbucks barista. We are at a coffee shop. Ah, finally, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in, no time to waste. The Teleporoi? Oh yes, I remember seeing the names in the latest Gazette. That, and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will those fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best to stay out of it. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support their decision to remain neutral. Right, so this guy got the lobster. Banter with a smile. Last oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered for this heavenly dish. Final Days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of sorts. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these teleporoi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing around in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor, and you'll see what I mean. We're carting loads from the docks all day. It's never been as hectic as before, not like this. Gets it wrong, character gets deleted. Gotta start over again. Lives on a planet where a god dragon literally hatched from a moon a few years ago. Psh, the end of the world? Nonsense. Yeah, I know, when there's so many apocalyptic things that have happened, and they're like, nah. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the forest does have secret knowledge, then they have done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle? Away from the gossip and their waggling tongues? Yeah, his name is Dickon. Yeah, I made the comment too. His name is Dickon. Sometimes you need a good Dickon. That should be the tagline for the guy that runs the place, you know? Sometimes you need a good Dickon. Sometimes you need a good coffee. Try a good Dickon. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the winds and out of sight. Ouch.
When our
Dickon
father
coffee.
disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Father disowned you? Enjoy a good Dickon.
It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length.
Hey, Acellus. I'm gonna confuse people.
Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility.
That seems highly dangerous.
Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Sometimes when you're not sure what to do, and you just need a time to calm down and have a moment, try a good dickin'. Oh, hydrate. It was coming and it still hurts. What do we have to do now? Oh, come on. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Why would you? It wasn't that bad. Come on. You know it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Come on. I did not bring this on myself. Do not victim blame. I did not do this. Bring it. Duck? No, it wasn't a duck. Tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numa Yay, and I'll join you in a moment. Master... Look, I'm just gonna read it as it said. Master Dickin wants his cups back, alright? So why haven't I named my points yet? I'm not sure what to name them. I don't know what to name my points. costly apples. No. Welcome back, Elysium. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. I mean, before Twitch had its own point system, Elysium Bot had the point system. I did call them bottle caps, or just caps, but I saw several other people use that one as well. Makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan to be put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Yustola observed earlier, Numa Numa Ye's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with that, Elysium and Alizé learned at the last stand we could be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of the particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final... Thank you for the treat. Yeah, Numa Numa. Are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telephor is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claimed to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive of our questions. What should we expect? Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I would like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Ra. Let's head down the stairs over there and I'll show you where the entrance is. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Sudden sunrise. Is the walk button? Nope. Shoot, I forget what the walk button is. What is the walk button? It's backslash, isn't it? No. That's... Nope. Is it Q? Nope. I forget what the walk button is. I always forget. Now we run. Try to keep up. Well, okay, fine. Doesn't matter anymore. Honestly, Alizé, I could have followed this path. It's not like it branches off. end of this? I'm still missing one, I think. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. Did you remember to tune the shard back there? Didn't you? It'll make your life much easier if you need to return back here in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. What the walk button is now. It's bugging me, I gotta know. Number. Oh, that button. There we go. That's the one. So you can type in chat. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission to our grouped descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Right there.
Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Oh, don't start that mess. So Dobbin. Want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up everything. Tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, huh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Exchange with Dobbin has taught you about taking stock in leopards. Let me think. The Ria Siege should be item 1058. Human Seeds 1059. Snurble Berries 1060. Only 1061. Someone bought some of my stuff. Ooh, someone bought more of my stuff. My head feels like I've suffered, like it's stuffed with Moko grass. Why, more loads to take out than carry in. Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Carithian carrots for the Girabanian carrots? What then? In exchange with Tiva, Tive has taught you about the large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. You here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates, and now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Your exchange with Aaronville has taught you about exhausted gleaners. Any luck, Elysium? What tales did the gleaners have to tell? So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. I could explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. You were right, the Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. You would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well. Ouch! As well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Elysium, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, you might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I'll turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! Another hydrate. to help me find the marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I welcome the assistance. The name is Arendelle, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nagxian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there shouldn't be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack, gently of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out that won't hesitate to prey upon a marmot, or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. No one's gonna go out and fight. I can't change my gear. Actually, if I just change... I didn't actually... No. Just saying, because I didn't actually save what I was geared as, but it's okay. Eris, come on out. Make sure we got the top here. See nothing of that before. Oh, there's one. Alright, into the sack with you. Oh. Barely have you readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Is that a beast from those, what was that old storybook called? There's the book about the monsters. And the boy that went there and like dressed as a monster. That's what those guys look like. Where the beast, where the beast, I can't remember. Where the wild ones are, that's it. Got nice stocking fishnets though. Alright, into the sack with you. Oh, come on. Road nimbly evade your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. Look, Elysium, just gobble. Look, Eris, just gobble the thing. So... Oh, aether currents around here. I forgot. We gotta look for aether currents again. There. Alright, in the sack with you again. Come on. More prepared for its speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. Blood and stuff, that's good. Southeast, this way. There it is. You're in my way. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Boy howdy, I got one. Ah, there's the odd Mormon out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we're able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you with capturing them in the first place? Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity. The same officials who've had us working day and night of late. The honorable members of the Forum, who else? Suitable for consumption and ease to breed, those were the 2 conditions I was given for a stock and I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Elysium. Aiming for that one, huh? That quote. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one I was looking for lost... The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friends. And who are you folk, anyway? Kryl of the students of Baldessian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hoped that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. It never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say it fits with everything we've heard thus far. We've also discovered when the operation has begun. The Forum contacted the Gleaners' guild ship and put their people to the great work some 4 days after the Telephoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, I am inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but waiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telefroy's declaration was what set it all in motion? It seems likely, but let's not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? And from there, we can reach the tower. Is she hearing the sound? Kryl, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me in a bit of a headache, that's all. Okay, 1. 2, are you hearing the sound? Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on, but let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. Follow the path east, through the forest, through the forest where you were chasing after the mouse or marmot, was it? Anyway, it is the trolls you need to watch out for. Change into my battle gear, but I can't actually change. I can't change my glam here. Kind of silly you can't change your glam just anywhere. Because there's no, like, strategic reasoning behind it. That I can discern. Maybe I'm wrong. So I can't tell if I'm being laggy. Sometimes it feels like do I lurch a little bit? I feel like sometimes I lurch a little bit and I can't tell. Behold the Archeon, as Numenon serves as Charlene's literary archives. So does the structure house the city's wealth of material data. Architecture, too, is similar. The building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. In those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Arcane contains a physical history of Charlene's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let's proceed to the main building and speak with the custodian. Right. Oh, yeah, let me squeeze through my hand. Oh, it's a little frog. Just want to hit that aether current while I'm here. Maybe not. If it's down there, is it down there? It's down there, isn't it? Never mind. Don't mind if I ride my chicken in here, do ya? Greetings, we are here to peruse Archaeon's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we'd better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation has concluded. By that time, it will be too late. We were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for a moment, shall we? Students of Baldessian. He's a Castleton fellow, I bet. We're in an impasse. As we have no other leads, I would like to pursue this one further. But I doubt our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. So they're still doing the gemstone thing, right? Oh, they are, okay. Oh, and they count across, okay. So this is something they introduced in Shadowbringers, were these gems for like doing fates. So it kind of encourage you to do more fates. What's that? Take you down the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. Up and down all day. And only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out of the gate there, though. Shouldering a large pack, engaging in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down the lower, below after he's done whatever it is he's doing. Hey, Nessie. Hello, hello. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon. Even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal, squeal. Honest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. Caught a solid snake. It's raining out. Need an umbrella. Taking a path to get up here. You know what? Oh, because I'm holding the umbrella. There he is. Well, it's Aaronville. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloud can I seek to capture is close. Very close. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds. The one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cry is distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with a sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim the quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Search your surroundings for the hornbill. Yeah, okay. It's the blow dart thing. It's a hornbill, right? Or shoebill, so. Today had the wrong bird. Ugh. I figured a shoebill would have had a big beak. No. No. cooing. Okay, there's only 2 with green feathers. Oh, they're red herring me, aren't they? I do like to do this. It's not actually. Oh, there's a green one over there. It's still the wrong one, though. At this point, process of elimination, right? I thought that was another red one. I didn't realize it was green. Also, didn't have a distinctive call either. It was calling like the other one. How big? Like a foot long?
Fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations?
Yeah, it took me a while to figure out what a freaking shoehorn bird was. A shoebill.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a
Hornbill, that's what I said. I said hornbill.
I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Potentially trying to suss out the 11 herbs and spices.
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
Smash cuts Alphino dressed like a bird. I mean, Kryle's like halfway there.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Keep waiting for the background music to turn into the forest song from Zelda. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. It is faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed by their research, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. It's a mask. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to be a fight. Take it slow, so we don't forget your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other side of the tunnel. See, I gotta go put my battle glam on, my battle bikini. A batkini, if you will, yes. Northwest. That'd be in here, it looks like. Welcome back, Dragonic. We gotta lower your caffeine intake or something, Nelly. Going the right way. Did I entirely just I entirely walked past where I was supposed to be. I was focused on finding the aether current that I entirely went past my post. This is definitely a lava tube. Look at this. There's 22 seconds left on you. Yeah. Those apples hurt. This next one, that's a ways away. Okay. That's not love. Not ouches, not love. Ah! I'll start forbidding them to sell apples to you. Look, what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. You can dodge an apple, you can dodge a wrench. Well, not that I shouldn't. Why are you throwing wrenches now? Thank you for the pet. Wrenches were on sale and need supervision when you buy a wrench. Because that's how they end up requiring supervision to buy a wrench. Thank you for the treat. This Moon Corp now has a dodgeball team. Or Moon Inc., not Corp. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident, nothing of consequence at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us to the medical circuit. Medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Ehrenfeld's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let us follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we can see. Mooncorp is ironically what the Union was named. Well, you know, we're Moon Inc., Moon Industries, Moon Corp, Moon R&D, Moon Shipping and Receiving. God, there's no way that you'll ever get back to Satisfactory Planet and undo the Union. Yeah, I don't know. I did leave, I think I left my wallet there, so I'm looking for a way to get back. It's the grapes! It's the special grapes! Ah, now I know where we are. This is Merrill Agronomics. Brinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. Not those. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable success might make it to the Agora, foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners here about, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It's possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues. Are they playing Mystery Canva with veggies? Aetheryte. Is there? Hello there. Oh, hello there. You weren't expecting visitors. Not with the use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? Mineshaft, you say? Well, you're much a hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields. I'm afraid the Forum has us filling orders lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of the grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, huh? I pressed for an explanation, and was met with a vague assurance that all would be revealed in due course. The most satisfying answer. How long is a malm? So there's, what do they have? I think it's basically a meter, because you have malms, you have yalms, and you have ilms. I think a malm is a meter. Or a mile, I'm not exactly sure. I forget the basic representation. Just the grapes. Look at those beauties. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's a native to a particular locale and the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilzabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing a myriad of flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Ammonius. Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climate we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Bunch of nerds. This place is full of nerds. Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport, hence the stack of crates atop the hill there. God, hauling the lot up that slope is a job and a half. Stray fruits running about. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents, bundles of common seeds and saplings accompanied by sheaves of reports.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true.
That's not the voice you expect to come out of that kid. Yeah, I was kind of surprised too.
This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy. Dark, subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest?
Oh, flower.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
Flower, pretty.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
Can I eat the flower for science? Might be tasty.
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
It's him again.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a forum member, or at least a close associate?
I don't remember last time. I don't remember last time. That's probably why.
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Don't you eat that, I'm gonna eat that.
Cryer?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
She has no idea what we were talking about, does she?
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Fuck you, the flower's mine, damn it. By which animal ears are best animal ears? But which animal ears are best animal ears? The ones that go on the head.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Or the hoodie. Is Kyle still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. Do not let our quarry slip away. Erenville is headed westwards along the path outside the Archean. Come, we can still catch him. Never see me coming on a chocobo. East. So for anyone that wonders what I'm doing with this compass and these aether things, once I collect all of them on a map, or find all of them on a map, or through questing, it can happen through questing as well, my mount can fly. Down here? Oh, there it is. Can you back up if I go down? Ugh. Forestry has a legit fantastic flight compromise. Yeah, like years ago when I first played, the mounts didn't fly. And of course when I came back they could, and like I like how they do it, so they make sure that you know you can't you know, while you're first in an area and kind of exploring the game, it kind of limits your ability through progress. The idea is that your mounts don't know how to fly until you've studied the local aether currents. Some you earn by doing quests. You see this top row here? Let's quest those. Looking around. I haven't actually encountered any that. Having quests and exploration blockers, but when you clear it, you can fly is perfect. Retain the pacing you want. With just a bit of effort, you can get it and make life easy. Yeah, and there's like certain areas that they'll just play and lock off, so it's like, well, you can't go this way. You could easily get there by flying, but we're gonna make it so you can't fly yet. It's a really good idea the way they did it. Normally, they'll be on the path as well, so like your quests will guide you where there's an aether current. It's not like you almost never have to go completely out of your way to find one. I'm following aether currents and not following quests. I'm gushing over it. Gonna get food. Enjoy food. Hold a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logistican Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. Aye, if I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect him to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall remain undetected. Only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness. Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not. It will wear off within the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. What am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would to learn anything of note. Which reminds me, whereas creatures hereabouts, in that form, you're essentially defenseless. Return from the transfigure staff if you move too far away into magic area effects. Speak to your shoulder, restore prolonged. Okay. Ribbit, ribbit. Alfie Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed the quest objective. You can leave your quest companion. All this. So I have to stay in the. I see. I have to stay in the pink area. Gotta keep it in pink. That's a good rule to live by. Keep it in the pink. Am I right? Shrink? Did they? Yeah, I guess they did actually. I know I was gonna wonder about the chocobo just following a group of frogs. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alfie attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he's telling you this is the wrong way. Toad turns to face north. Perhaps she's suggesting you cross the bridge. That goes actually up there. Riveting experience. You're hopping, it continues.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Are they building an ark? Yeah, I was saying the exact same thing, Nelly. I'm thinking it's like they're making an ark.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the forum.
Nothing is more sus than someone saying greater good with no irony. Yeah, quite sus. I'm suspecting it's an ark. Ribbit.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
Oh, you knew.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
Probably no frogs live in this area.
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Basically. Busted. They're officially bad at being forged. Suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal curement would not be so easily deceived. He seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agents mentioned. Charlene has been called to action, and the Teleproy's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of the Brinthos, not to mention ignore Eorze's request for aid. Yeah, I'm imagining it's an arc of some kind. They're gonna go somewhere else, far away from the battles. Or, I don't know, if the whole planet's gonna die, maybe they're planning on going... Could they be planning going off-world? If there's any way you could trust emerging into these rich politicians, they could potentially be planning to go off-world, because there was mention in that book of, like, you know, we've never quite reached the stars, but we've tried. But we may do it one day. I mean, if the whole world's gonna end, and you're gonna build an ark, then you're gonna build one that's not going to be around. We tried, we shot Lalafellas out of a cannon. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Krile for the moment, to see what they think of this. Blah. Kinda miss the Shadowbringers battle music. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville then? Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Do you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us will survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. Reapers are melee DPS. For some reason you thought they were tanks? Yep, melee DPS. Likely that's a quest that get me one of the Aether Currents. So was it? Where was Kryl? Hill. Still looking at the flower. Look at the flowers, Kryl. Look at the flowers.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Thought bullet. Sleep well, son. Sleep well. Is the tent good? Now talking to Heidelin, I guess.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest.
Don't trust her. She's a primal.
After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, For you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
You. I still owe you a kick to the nuts and the taint.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
Well, under arrest for not wearing a goofy-ass hat.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
You've saved your taint kicking for another day.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Fastest got it. We broke out the theremin. Great, they're gonna make him fight a chicken.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
Whoa.
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Gallup would be ashamed.
I don't think I've ever seen Cryo with her hood off.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
That's some HD hair. Well, it's never been exposed before.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
from the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Oh, choked on his gum.
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore.
Still is, Bay. She is.
Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuner, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me.
You realize the end of the world is pretty final. Oh, these are rich politicians. They think they'll escape it. They always do.
So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
You like this guy? He's actually got a little bit of sense. A little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Surprisingly not unanimous.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Considering it wasn't unanimous, it means at least a little less than half seem to agree with us. Or at least are against what we're doing. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the Ethereal Sea. With our freedoms so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlayan. Hey, leveled up. Again. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. His father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alphanon? Alize? It is you. When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. So very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Lance, lava lamp. At your service. Oh no, she's hot. And you fine people must be the science of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please. We don't wish to make things difficult for you. Word reached his father that you were here. Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortunat are not of the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come to the house, won't you? We have gifts waiting. Timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I'm sure Elysium, what do you think? I'm not sure Elysium? The Elysium Coral? What a splendid day it is. Turned out to be champion of Eorzea. I insist that you join us. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Elysium, if you'd be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Careful, she's got the future dead mom haircut. Oh no. Alfie's mom has got it going on. I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I'm glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Elysium? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? If we're going, then let us get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers. Thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. I mean, never mind. The lava lamp estate is this way. Straight down the stairs. Come on. Let's see, what time is it? Let me take a short break. Because it's been, like, going on 4 hours. So yeah, let me take a short break, and I shall return shortly. time. I don't know why it does that. Alright, back. Back to that. Change the keys on this so it wouldn't do that, but oh well. Let's see, where are they at? Which one of these have I not? I'm not attuned to, and I don't know which one it is. Hey, Stygian. How's it going? When Alize and I were little, this bridge was far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. Now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meeting ran long, because I remember growing restless, and I leaned out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at the exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Been super ridiculously busy in Final Fantasy XIV. And you're trying to reignite your Final Fantasy XIV flame. I have my bouts, even though I've been back for like a year now, I guess it's been. A little over a year. I sometimes will go a couple weeks without playing it. I think one time I went like 3 weeks without playing it. Just sometimes. Sometimes it's just like, I don't necessarily feel like playing it when I'm not playing it, but then as soon as I start playing it, I'm like really enjoying it. It's one of those types. Sometimes. Sometimes I just really want to play it. I'll go line to that one. I don't know which one I'm missing. Yes, this is where I first practiced magic on an actual person. Alize had fallen, you see, and scraped her knee quite badly, so I tried casting a simple restorative spell that I'd just learned. How she smiled when the wound closed, the joy and relief. That was, I believe, the very moment that I chose healing arts as my main subject in my studies. I used to come here all the time with grandfather. In summer, I'd dip my hands and feet in the fountain and splash about. Not Alphino, though. Even back then, he wasn't very fond of playing in water. He'd make any excuse to avoid it. To explain how I came to swim like an auk and he'd sink like a stone. Started a new character on Choya's server, just to play poke, transfer some of your energy to your main. You log into your main, you get decision paralysis and quit out. 2 days you went from level 1 in every crafting and gathering class except Fisher, level 40 Carpenter, 24 Blacksmith, and nice. Fishing is quite easy because all you have to do is go on the voyages. Fishing voyages, you will level up really quickly. The ones that run every hour. And I'm not max fishing either. I mean, what is it? Yeah, I mean, everything is in the 70s on 9. And if you don't do that, you can level up in one place if you wanted to. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, fishing is really chill. Actually, I know somebody streamer I watched. He got big into Final Fantasy XIV for a while just because of the fishing. He didn't care about the story at all. Like, he was just skipping past the story and only doing parts of the story when it was required to get fishing higher. And he eventually maxed fishing. I think he maxed fishing before he ever I don't know if he completed A Realm Reborn or not. But he didn't care about the story, he just liked the fishing, so... I think he eventually quit. And here you are at last. Please do come in.
Welcome home, my lady.
What? What are you gawping at?
Class difference? Start on Handland, cause you finally got the apartment you wanted, only to realize furniture is expensive. Yes, it is. I still haven't really, I still have my room in my free company, but the only things that are in it are things I've, like, gotten as rewards. So it's kind of a mess. It's not really organized into anything. It's just stuff I'll put there to get it out of my inventory. House Leveilleur and all its grandeur, Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed. Just admiring the craftsmanship.
Oh, I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve, I think.
Lord Fourcheneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
Your house got repossessed and all your boy heads gone. The streets are not okay. Yeah, it's the one downside to, like, having a house in this. It's like you essentially buy it and then you still have to pay rent on it. And if you stop paying rent on it, they repossess it. Which, I would say to an extent, is fair, but there's always a housing crisis in this game.
We shan't be long.
Oh yeah, no, sure, I'll just stay here. Yeah, invite me along and make me stay out here.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. "'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
I will absolutely keep you company. Were there fireworks in Gridania? I think it happens every night, doesn't it? Or no, if there's... Because it's still the Rising event, isn't it? I think the Rising is still going on, so every night there's fireworks in all the 3 major cities. Let me just show you why they call me Elysium. She got a new outfit.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
Man, he's got some bling on him. Look at that cheddar. It made her more hot. Oh, if it comes out dressed like Hugo. After all, my husband isn't home. Keep me some company, dear. He's almost never home, and when he is, he's too tired.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days. As a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb.
By the way, here's a bar of soap. They're water wings, jetpack. Wait, your mom let you have weapons?
May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Meet me out back. I'm doing this all for you. Mom legit saying better to beg forgiveness than ask permission. Pretty much. Got it. Beat Dad with repeated face punching. Hey, I still owe him a crotch and taint kick, so thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Her visit is all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality, and let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Yeah, crotch and taint. It's both of them are on the list. Let's just... I'm gonna go down here. I'm pretty sure I've hit this one as well. There's still a shard I'm missing. Oh, got that one. Hang on. If I... Nope, I didn't. I swear I'm missing one, but I just don't know which one it is. Enjoyed your time with the lava lamps? I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but these new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thavnair, you'll be well equipped to plot out our next move. This is Thancred. I have Kryl's instructions in hand. Are you ready to set out? Then so are we. Throwing out all kinds of proper nouns. Having been to Thavnair before, I can travel by Aetheryte. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Cryle was of the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Yeah, cue me in, could ya? Thou wilt recall the hunt for ice hearts, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbrida. Moonbrida was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at last. As it hath, the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or not is no choice. Is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. Kite. Or Keat, I don't know. They pronounce the Y's differently in this, usually. By the way, let's look at it. Okay. Well now, this is a rather lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? To our knowledge, we're associates of Cryle and the students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thavnair and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to an Aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're in a mess of aether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenience but incontrovertible limitation of Aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an Aetheryte without being attuned to it? We've done this before, actually. A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. Long years we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it, created a new kind of Aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user needs not attuned to these Aetherites. The Aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of Aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan, and the other over in Yedimad, a port town in Thavnair. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radspathan, and indeed, We owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum it up, we're to test these aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say that these aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within whisk you away without an effort on your part. A veritable dream come true. And far be it from me to worry about such things. Do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the life stream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mr. Skrull truly knows how to pick them. If I might change the subject, our Master Wilson and Mistress Bluida not present today. Oh, you didn't hear? They recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Well, let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly.
We're all set. Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnair.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
Wait, Ariage is also attuned. He said he was already attuned. I don't understand.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
Ah, my intestines are nodding.
You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
Hope you don't have heart valves.
Thavnair, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Oh god, I'm gonna throw up.
What chance?
He was already attuned, though.
Against such an insidious foe.
Oh, thank the gods the narrative came into our head. Seems like a bit of kind of like East Indian sort of style region. It's like we got aether
Seems there are
sickness.
faces after a bout of bad shellfish.
'Cause the tested travel was going to give us potentially violent ether sickness.
Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Wow. You can't keep me down. I'm the warrior of light. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach a Stinian in time? Oh god, where is he? Oh god, a Stinian. There he is. Oh, I'm gonna throw up. Oh. Oh, God. There you are. I need 3 drinks, something that helps with aether sickness. But by the Minutia, a traveler. Greetings. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me, my special amre lassie. Made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thamnir, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, but 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. Not eat my apples. I was right, it is like a sort of Eastern Indian style. Price is high road robbery. You want to say as much to a Stinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. Ah, the technicolored yawn, summoning the Earl. Must stand before the Stinian and using gestures deny that the deal is fair. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? The merchant is swindling me. Ugh. Serious apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. The confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well, then. Your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them and the others. Get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Is he like the epitome of the guy? Well, how much could a banana cost? Blech. Seeing is such a himbo. Here. Praise be to the 12, my stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Estinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. In time? Excellent. Spared us Taturu's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Not eat apples. No more apples. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. On your feet, I see. Thy hair. Aye, I've bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against the heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor, the man said it. Oh god, their hair and weave. Tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil, a steal, as I was told. Just nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphanog could hold a candle to you. When he bought the sword. When he bought that sword. Blah! Blah! Why? Where are you getting all these fish? We're not near the ocean. Why don't the fish have timers? Because I didn't set them to have timers. It's raining fish. It's not uncommon for merchants to set the prices high, but it does seem excessive here. Are all Hannish merchants so unscrupulous? I've expected the Azure Dragoon to put up more of a fight. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment, yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in the pursuit of profit. Claiming Thavner as its dominion, the nation of Rats at Han hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arkasodora, a Matanga tribe indigenous to the island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct emerged. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hannish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt the east and west. All of this hath combined to make trading a trading power of Rats at Han. As much as such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that the merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of a nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye, we have not to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here and yodelay you? Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Cousin, love my names for people. Look, sometimes I struggle with them. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Elysium, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we'll regroup by the Aetherites. Off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. Shade, you do the same shit. Yours is just funnier. Well, I appreciate it. It's weird because it's like I hear I hear it and I can pronounce it immediately after hearing it, but once I don't hear it anymore, I cannot pronounce it. For the love of me. Which I normally don't have problems pronouncing. Yeah, lavalier, yeah. I don't normally have trouble pronouncing foreign words, but for some reason, I mean, it is French. Lavalier. The crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling, as if they had been left too long. Wait, Leo? Yeah, the lavalier mic. I need to look into getting another lavalier mic. Because I've got one for when I do stand-up VR. And the one I've got, it gets interference from Bluetooth, apparently. It was the first one I ever bought. Oh, the Lale Lule Lo? The Patriots. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels further away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appeared to be very little activity. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it out of daily habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like the Khazal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Khazal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the harbor's guild building across the water from here. High D. It's like if you play the first Metal Gear, it's like you start to realize how much Snake just repeats everything all the time. High D. Lally Luli Lo, a sniper rifle. Gray Fox, that ninja. Card keys. Hamburger. Large drink. Peptides. Nano machines. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight for these unsettled times. Blah! Fimsh. Fimsh! People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared in New Renair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps that thing would be fine after a fashion, but no. It had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives to thank for the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us? Only the gods know. Yeah, I kind of forgot that the tower was here, that big old thing they kind of pointed out to us when we got here. But I'm just leveling my fishing stat. It's not working. But it doesn't work like that. The Damaskans aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. But this will be an enormous loss. All right. Forget about the Dalmaskins. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicine, all the perennial Hanish favorites. Our consortium works closely with the merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Kalzal, I do. Which is why I regret to say that I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're that foreigner! Are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I see. That's a shame. Well, I am a craftsperson. Sounds like we're gonna solve a tower problem. Most likely. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me? My name is Matsya, and I'm here to see Kalzal. Oh my god, it's Trumpy from that movie. Or the guys from Star Wars. The Blue Elephant guys. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Yes, can I help you? Ah, I remember seeing you back at the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalzal too, didn't you? I'm Matsya, fisherman of Akyali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? Adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people. Then, that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I wanted to sell them. The problem is, I'm terrible with people. I've ever only dealt with Kalzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle my fish in my stead and show me how it is done? If you are willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. Events of all, you may wish to cancel any pending duty. Okay, yeah. No, no. Don't you do it. You'll do it then. Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right. Please try to peddle my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yadalehihu, and I will observe you and learn. Thus Elysium became a fishmonger. The best there can be. There will never be any that sell fish better than I do. Watch this. I'll threaten to push him off the dock if he doesn't buy some fish. Yes? Fish, I got fish here. Fresh fish, straight from the sea's bottom to your mouth. We'll go direct. You were stinky, so you took a shower. But we'll go the direct route. I'm sure your bosom fish are very fresh. But this is rather sudden. I don't need any fish right now. So thanks, but no thanks. Oh. Okay, I went too hard. Never mind. It never goes well the first time. I'm sure you'd feel better with the next customer. I believe you didn't want my bosom fish. Who wouldn't want that? Well, I would have. I figured going the conversation route would have been like, "Well, you're not being direct. Just say what you want to buy." Hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some Amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. Why do you need so many Amra? One for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot as late, but I go through so much in no time at all. Stop. I'm a stock taker by trade. With no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas. But not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that, and this and that. All of this wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. I pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed a little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Oh, come on! Never mind. Well, how do I know when the conversation's gonna end? That's the problem, is you don't quite... This is Fallout 4 levels of conversation. So the first time I went direct, it was too strong. The second time I went sideways, and it was not enough. Alright, I'm just gonna shove this fish down this person's throat. What is this, if you don't mind? I'm rather busy. Oh god, it's my stomach. Ugh. Ether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Just take it easier, eat more slowly, and savor your food. That I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. It's better to be prepared. You intend to prepare. I'm stockpiling supplies. For that, I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. I bought a fish for your supplies. They're fresh caught. Well, fish wouldn't be that bad. Wouldn't be bad, but I don't want to go through the hassle of preserving them myself. I'd rather stay busy and I'd rather buy stuff that's ready to store. So I'm afraid I'll have to pass on fish. Now, if you excuse me, for fuck's sake. See, this time I took the middle route and it still wasn't enough. I don't think there's a way to pass this. So much for your demonstration. It was a truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. I don't think there was a way to win that. So the first guy went strong. It was too much. Second person, I took it calmly. It wasn't enough. Third person, I went right down the middle. Nope, not right. That's like Fallout 4 levels of dialogue picking. Luckily, there's no essential consequence for that. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You didn't manage to sell any fish at the end, but the way you fearlessly approach strangers gave me much courage. When I peddle my wares, I'll remember your example and endeavor to be fearless too. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kalzal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice. And who should it be but Matsya? Kalza, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were here, so you were there too? Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So, you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matsuya. I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it all fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I can't. I won't fail them. The sisters is my witness. Khazal. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I'd best return to my village. And thanks again, and please take care on the road. Also, I'm not as stinky. Ruining Trumpy's life. Look, he can do stupid things. So you've been busy? Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust? I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth the lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telefroi. Matsuya fellow you were helping. He's Aristatska, is he not? Apparently, it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is the perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Aristatska would be the primary target. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We better go after him. Alkaline lies to the west, as I recall. The same direction as Kryle's acquaintance, incidentally. Settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Wreck a tower yet. Okay. Talk to the Chocobo Porter, get them marked. Alright. Do not see Matsuya nearby, but an elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Remember. Wait. This is to the west or northeast? Do not see Matsuya from here either. No, leave me alone. Help! Somebody help! What's your voice? And it came from the north. What's so special? Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do and, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We heard that the Aristatska were being targeted. Surely you have as well? Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean is all we have. You see, that's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. Question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that the strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to call the tower Zot. House of Divinities in Old Tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities, they're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's face so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time, we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of the divinities, their true nature? This guy is like if Will Smith, JD, and Star Wars Blue Elephant, Max Rebo, that's his name. Max Rebo, I was trying to remember his name. You've come all this way to save us, really? To think I had you peddling fish? To answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge, and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akali? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. Yeah. Yeah, please explain to me your religious beliefs at length. So, does the simulacra of the various gods that are being summoned, if any doubt existed before, there could be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. As you said, we do well to study their religious traditions, to academia. Down there, which will no doubt have us go. Cut up Bayarthur's ending song for your end screen, so that's the thing now. Just be careful with it. I kind of worry I'd be steeped in copyright. Especially with Disney owning Star Wars now. It wasn't up on YouTube. So that would mean they'd have to claim it. There's some things even the mouse won't touch. Not really. Have you seen the things they've touched? Welcome to Alkalemia. That's apparently Screeching Wookiees and Harvey Korman interact. That means White Beach. And there isn't much here save that, but please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse to start with Conga and the old haberdashery. They're free at the moment as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Mayonnaise being from wisdom, who assume the form of men, and Mirage. Look, I'm not going to try to pronounce these damn things. Beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together, they are the divinities. They form the personalities, many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. The mayonnaise, so many proper sounds tasty. Yeah, gotta have the tasty gods, right? Like, I'm legit not trying to be, like, disrespectful. I mean, I know it's all fictitious anyway, but it's more like I just can't fucking pronounce these damn things. Interested in learning about our god, you say? Well, that's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Mayonnaise and the Mirage, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Mayonnaise, the Mirage cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Mayonnaise coveted the might and the Mirage, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born the new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the mayonnaise have worn animal faces, the mirage, the limbs of men. Quick, we must go to Koopy Whoopy Town on the continent of Slarpy Happy to fight Lord Fickle Nougat. This quest line has you wanting sushi. Screw that, disrespected all food to it. Well, I mean, in the case of these people here, they seem to be at least being respectful with their gods. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you're off talking to others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you had let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicted 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. That's this wall scroll. They are the mayonnaise. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest. Cinnamon, the goddess of wisdom. For the alchemists hold her in the highest. It's the Powerpuff Girls. To her right is the middle sister, Sand Wedgie, a goddess of wealth. She counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Minerva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts and so beloved by weavers. Where's the god of turkey sandwich? He's showing us his etchings. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the mayonnaise, the deities of Eorzea preside over a myriad aspects of life. But what of the Mirage, if I may ask? Mirage hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have the occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possessed a god's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Aristotska. And then there are the dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? Oh. Stinian got a little hard. It is said that our ancestors of the Satrap, that's the ruler of the Razat Han, forged a covenant with the dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is indeed his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I'm confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sought out Kryle's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kryle's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Alright, we'll probably go there, and that's where we'll stop. Speaking purely personally, this is the worst way to lore dump for you. You'd be so checked out. Did you say you were going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. Did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. Those eyes, When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Oh, great, he's got a little chub on now too. You can see it in his trunk. Well, there's still 8 minutes left on this fate. What's the recommendation? 80? Let's do it. Like, are these guys like us hunting gorillas? Oh, I can make the elephant. I kind of wondered about that. Isn't one of the primary beast tribes here elephants, and we're fighting elephants? Then again, in some areas where it's like bird beast tribes, we fight bird creatures, so... Last one got killed. NPC. What if when the elephant people go frail, they become these? You also, yeah, you kill. Well, those sylphs are tempered. But yeah, you still kill a lot of sylphs. probably go up here, and this is where we'll wrap it up. Seems like a problem, doesn't it?
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I was saying, maybe it's just a big party. Maybe they had a big party.
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
Why do these voices match? I think this one matches fine.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales?
Okay, maybe that one.
We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit.
This is normal.
Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
But scraping them off our butts nightly. So people are using your kind's dead skin as coffee. Could be.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood,
You yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here.
Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
He's gonna jump. Well, no.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
You were kidding about screaming them off their ass.
No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Cryle. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
It's not the kind of night he was expecting. Alright, let's hit the Aetheryte and then... Okay, I think that ought to do it. Let's hop over here. Well, there we go. That was another round of Final Fantasy XIV as we're getting into Endwalker. Well, I say Endwalker proper. I mean, we're still like the very beginnings of it, because you can tell by the levels basically. All the levels right now are still like all the quest levels are still level 80, so it pretty much means you're kind of at the start. That's how you can kind of gauge where you are in the storyline. No, this has been fun. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I know this is a little different to what I typically play on stream, and it's a little bit different for me to play it on stream, so. And I know for some folk who have no investment in the story, or some folk that haven't been this far, you know, you might not know what the heck's going on, but but yeah, it's a good time. We'll do it again. Let me know if your equipping becomes annoying. Hasn't yet. Let's see. What do we got? Who is on right now? Oh, let me see. What do we got? What's up? Plus, I need to stop playing. I want to keep playing, but I've also been reading a lot too, and my throat's getting very dry. So it's possible that you'll be around a bit tomorrow, and it looks like you're going to be off next Monday and Friday. Okie dokie. So we should be able to then... So then, at least... So we could have you around for Conanigans tomorrow, and then potentially schedule Conanigans for next Friday as well. Or if it doesn't work, we could possibly do it on Monday. Either or. Is my words. I'm trying. Okay, come on now. That is unnecessary. That is unnecessary and violent. Why would you do this to me? I've done nothing to you. Ah. That. That. You're just getting it at that. 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 Use all your, that's it, use all your points. May the fish be padding. Oh, those all came from one side. Okie dokie then. We'll look forward to hopefully having you around for the next couple Coney-anians. So yeah, that's what we're doing tomorrow. We're going to do some more 7 Days to Die, modded 7 Days to Die. Do you have... I sent you a link to the mods. I don't think I've changed the pack at all since then. I've been itching to play more 7 Days to Die. But of course I've been holding myself off. I've been itching to play it so much. Those apples are feeling murder. I'm gonna have to update the throwing program tomorrow because it updated, so I gotta play around with that. I hope OBS ran fine today. Hopefully it wasn't acting up or anything, because this is the first time I'm using its new update. So hopefully it all worked out. Let's see, I'm trying to figure out who we're going to raid. Who shall we raid? Who shall we raid? Ooh, here's somebody I've never seen before. There's a few people on here I haven't seen before. What are they doing there? Let's see, they're doing PC building sim. This person's doing Jet Force Gemini. Who should we raid? Setting it up separate from Mix It Up will be nice. Yeah, because it's supposedly it can do the whole preloaded sound now without using Mix It Up, which is all I'm really using Mix It Up for, to be honest. I'm not doing much else with it. Do all the apples when you join chat and use the other sometime during the stream. Well, we'll see if it works tomorrow. Like I say, it's clip shared all tits. I didn't have the audio on, unfortunately, because I couldn't have it on at the time. Alright, let's go raid this person. They've got Brony and Pony listed. They are a VTuber, but they're not Pony, but they have like Pony images rotating behind them. So, you know what? Even if they're not directly a Pony, they are a Pony fan. Let us raid them. Their name is Gallop Crush. Looks like Fluttertown has found them. Because I see on their most recent follower list. Alright, yeah, we'll give them a raid. Let me see here. Set this up. So I can see them. Okay. Except it's still good for sound events and other management. Yeah, I'm not currently using it for really much else at the moment, but I haven't really taken the time to really... No, I think... Wait, does it... No, I'm also using it for... I think I'm using it for the boop and the pets. Because I remember I was having trouble with trigger fire. So I think, yeah, it is using a few other alerts, that's right. It manages your chat bot. All right, we'll give Gallop Crush a raid. I've never seen them before, but they've got the pony tags up, so and they're playing PC Building Simulator, which is a pretty good game. But thank you guys so much for joining me today. I hope OBS behaved itself. I'll have to look back at the footage and make sure. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is Co-Nanigans, where we'll be playing our new 7 Days to Die run. I need to make an adjustment on the server. I figured a few things out. I'll have to let you know, but there was something on the server I needed to fix. But seemed like it on this end. Well, that's good. Seemed like hopefully everything was functional. But alright guys, you guys have yourselves a great night. Hopefully you had fun. We'll do more Final Fantasy probably next week, probably same day. We'll probably plan on doing it once a week, just to keep things even and simple. Plus I want to try to get a spook in next week, but we'll see, because I gotta plan all that out. But alright guys, have yourselves a great night, and I will see you all. Hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow. So have a good one, guys, and see you over in Gallop Crush. We'll say hi to them. All right, guys. All right.